relationship between Indigenous peoples and the territories that they traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the historic connection they have to this place, the land, the water, the sky, and all that live on, in, and above it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this place and who continue to care for it. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and to take action towards real truth and reconciliation. Miigwech. Council, any declarations of pecuniary interest or conflict of interest?
None.
Okay, hang on. My computer's giving me great. Councillor Cooper, I see your hand.
Not a conflict of interest, but did I hear we're going to get this done in 1 hour?
What you heard is Councillor Bocek was hoping that we could.
Dream on. Okay, thank you.
Time will tell. And of course, we don't have any open forum, and you're going to give me a resolution. And I have moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the council adopts the agenda of January 30th, 2023 as circulated. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Now, now that we've adopted the agenda, I'm going to shift it around. Our first item is on the budget. However, we have an addendum item with regards to from Councillor Graziano, and I'm going to suggest, because it's going to have a direct effect on the budget, that we do that item first. So, Councillor Graziano, do you want to introduce that item?
Happy to, Your Worship. Good morning, everyone. With respect to the motion, bear with me for 1 second because I'm trying to get it open and it's not opening for me right now. Do I have it there? There we go. So as we know, Councillor Wayenko has recently, he has retired, and with his retirement has come the retirement of his water quality testing for our inland lakes. With the summer or the spring coming and close to arrive, myself and some fellow councillors have opted to look into some options that may bridge this gap until maybe perhaps a larger application or a one-size-fits-all application be considered for the township. So with that being said, we had met with a few people and or organizations, and Hutchinson was one of them. Hutchinson was nice enough to go ahead and provide us with the study and the information, or the quote rather, that I've provided council here. And so I'm requesting that for this year's budget, we allocate the costs associated with the quote to our budget, so we can have water quality testing for 2023, after which we can debate and discuss in council any additional actions for water quality testing.
All right, thank you for that. Staff, is there any staff that want to make any comments on this report at this point? I don't know if anybody's had a look at it or were involved. CEO Mariotti.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. No, we the report came in, I think, back end of last week, so we haven't had a chance to review the report.
Thank you. Council, anyone want to make any comments on this? Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have had a chance to look at this report. I think it looks like it's an excellent comprehensive report. Obviously, the dollars are a little bit higher than I think everybody would hope, but I think we are in a situation where we don't have an awful lot of time to be soliciting alternative proposals. We do have something that I think has been proposed by the group that does testing in the Georgian Bay area. I think Peter Cooper has more information on what they proposed, and I think it's not a completely different dollar figure. I think today, if we're discussing the budget and the importance of inland water testing, I feel that we need to continue this practice and not have a gap between last year when Paul Wienko looked after it and whatever it is we want to do long term. So I'm in favor of reserving money for this initiative, whether or not it's the proposal by the Henderson Group or the Georgian Bay Group. We can leave that discussion for another day, but I think it's important for us to reserve funds for this. And after having talked to both groups, the number we're looking at is in the neighborhood of about $50,000. So I think I'm in support of reserving the funds. I'm just not sure we're at that point where we can make a decision on who those funds should be allocated to. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, I am curious to know if our the group that's doing the Georgian Bay, Pat Shaw Fraser's group, is McMaster, can have any input on this. I don't know if Councillor Cooper can help in that regard or not, but I'd be interested to know if they are available to do this. And it seems to me that based on what Councillor Perko just said, maybe it's about the same cost. I'm concerned that we should not be taking any kind of break in sampling of the and testing of the waters, our inland waters as well. I think all our waterways should be monitored in some form or other, just to have something in place. I too am concerned, obviously, with the dollar amount, not that it's unreasonable, just that I'm not sure how the heck we're going to fit that into the budget we're going to be discussing in a moment. I'm hoping Councillor Cooper can shed some light on this. Thanks.
Councillor Cooper, I think Councillor Jarvis raised your hand on your behalf.
Pen and paper, man.
Thank you, Mayor. And I was deferring to Councillor Hazelton first, but I will make a couple of quick comments and then come back if I may. There was a program put together by the Georgian Bay Great Lakes Foundation to try and address the issue in the inland lakes. It still needs to be reviewed by staff, etc., and council. It's still in the making a little bit because that group wanted to see and review all the reports for the last few years from Councillor Wienko, and we're unable to get Councillor Wienko to send them to them. So we'll have to get them from the website. That's one issue. The other key issue is that the quote from Georgian Bay Great Lakes Foundation was $10,000. They've come back and said, we can't do it for that, but 15,000, not 50,000. They sound similar, but 15 and 50 are very different. So I think given that, and also the quality of the work that's available through Dr. Pat Shaw Fraser, particularly DNA testing, which is brand new, most of the people that do this kind of work do not have that kind of testing. There's a whole bunch of other things I can talk about in terms of why this is so much more affordable, but I'd like to defer to Councillor Hazelton, who did have his hand up before me. Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. So I'll start off with saying I fully support the need for doing water testing on the inland lakes. It has been done in the past. It needs to continue. Water is our number one environmental focus here, or it should be. Without the clean, usable water, then what do we have left? So with that said, I wanted to highlight a couple of things that have been going on in the township and in the district of Muskoka and in cottage country in general. Many of you have heard of the Lake Partner Program. And the Lake Partner Program is all about getting residents of the community to participate in doing things related to water quality to help bring value and understanding to the quality of water in the community at the lowest possible cost, and engaging the community in this process. And highlighting that as a key strategy of the Lake Partner Program, that's really where Councillor Wianko got involved in the first place, as participating in that program, getting coached from Carl Schaefer and the Blue Water Sciences, and moving that forward. So he's been essentially doing that community involvement from day one. And so one of the things that I found very interesting is I was having a chat with Mary Muter of the Georgian Bay Great Lakes Foundation. And when it comes to community engagement, annual reviews or more with lake associations, her comment was, the more the lake associations and the communities can be involved in this program, the better quality the overall output is going to be, because you're engaging the community in this process. Now, one might say, well, what are we doing out in Georgian Bay with the strategies that we've got out here with using the Georgian Bay Great Lakes Foundation? So we've got a lot of ground to cover. What we do out in the Bay is we assist with moving the people from Dr. Patcha Fraser's team around from time to time with our boats. We also support her boats and provide her accommodation out in the Bay where her team needs to be doing water quality testing. So there is a significant community involvement on the Bay to help with this academic strategy as opposed to a commercial strategy. And that's really one of the things that kind of drops the price tag way down, is when you start to engage the community. And the third key element there with Dr. Chow Fraser and the Georgian Bay Great Lakes Foundation is we have recruited members of the community to contribute directly to the Georgian Bay Great Lakes Foundation over and above what the township provides to help provide the needed funding for a program like this. So I'm just trying to highlight here a very significant difference between, for example, the Hutchison quote and the things that have been being done in our township and, in fairness, in the District of Muskoka over the last several decades. Having said that, I'm not against doing something with Hutchison, but when I read the letter from 6 Mile Lake Association, where they are basically saying, you guys on council have to figure out how to cut. I'm wondering if going from 10 to 50 as a budget number is the right strategy. But I would be fully supportive of putting a number aside for inland lake water quality comparable to what we're doing out of the Bay, and our Bayside numbers are 30K. And that's and putting a number out there to support it, the initiative, absolutely support it. But I think we first want to put that money aside, and then secondly, we want to engage in conversations with possible suppliers, if you will. And we haven't run out of time. We actually have lots of time, because nobody's going to do anything before likely May anyways. So anyways, my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. You almost ran out of time. Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I like the initiative. We need to continue the study of the water inlands. My main concern is in the past we've had a lot of different identities testing the water and very little communication between them all. I think it was Councillor Pat Edwards that said one of the biggest problems we have with water quality is the communication between the different groups that are testing and sampling and providing data. So if we could bring it all under one roof at an affordable cost, I think that's better as far as the correlation of data goes. And there is a great direct connection between the inland waters and the waters of Georgian Bay. Obviously, all of our inland lakes, or most of them, drain into Georgian Bay, and the testing that's being done in Severn Sound, especially in the Port Severn area, that data will directly correlate with the data from the inland lakes. So if I had a choice right now, obviously considering budget and what funds need to be put away in the future, I would suggest that we look at the lesser of the two in the way of funding, and know that we would have it all under one roof, I think would be satisfying for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to make a few comments before Councilor Graziano starts off the second round. First of all, I'm absolutely in favor of water testing. I think it's a little bit unfortunate that we have a variety of, let me call it, suppliers of those services with a variety of different targets, and I think that should be an endeavor this year to look at all the water testing we're doing and seeing whether we can't have a bit more coordinated program somehow going forward. Whether or not we achieve that this year, I'm not sure. And as was already noted, the current budget has $10,000 set aside for water testing. Plus, I believe there's an additional 3,000 for the one of the 6 mile associations for continuing some testing they were doing before or completing their studies. My concern, I have a couple of concerns that aren't related to directly to this, but how we got here. And that is, it sounds like a group of counselors were talking about this amongst themselves. And I get very concerned because that's getting a little too close to moving forward the business of the township without it being a public discussion. And I think I just caution counselors that if you group yourselves together as 3, 4, 5 of you and say, well, we should do this, we should do that, then you're moving forward discussions on the business of council, and that should be done in public, in open forum. The second issue I have is that I'm greatly concerned that the quote attached to this is addressed to one counselor for the township, and I don't believe we as counselors have the authority to act on our own to ask our suppliers to provide quotes. That's something that should be done through staff, through the entire council's participation, if council is going to be doing it, because I think we risk misleading potential suppliers if we as individuals go out and say, give me a quote because I might get you some business for the township. I think we have to be very cautious about that because I don't want to have see the potential suppliers coming back and saying, well, I had discussions with this or that counselor and they said there'd be no problem. Well, anyway, that I have a real concern. And I think that, while I absolutely support the idea of making sure we have an amount in our budget that we think will cover inland water testing, I don't think it is appropriate for us to be considering the quote presented because this has not been discussed with staff and until now hasn't even been discussed with council as a whole. And those are my comments. And with that, over to Councilor Graziano, followed by Councilor Cooper, please.
So as a point of clarity, Your Worship, and for my fellow councillors, the intent of this was not to confirm a vendor or a specific vendor, rather just to allocate the money in budget towards water testing for this year. We were not going to consider whether Hutchinson or Georgian Bay Great Lakes Foundation at this point in time was going to be the vendor of choice. When I had contacted Hutchinson, I did so under the understanding that they're currently a vendor of the township, and asked whether they do this service as a proactive measure, because I know that with our budget conversations, we had a very, very small amount of time to be able to figure out what this was going to look like. And we, in understanding what the costs were going to be for this type of water testing, so I could thereby present a motion that would have a budget amount allocated to it. So again, I want to reiterate as a point of clarity to my fellow councillors and to staff today that this is by no way a means in which to advocate for one vendor, and nor do I feel that we are going to be choosing a vendor today. We are just simply making a decision as to whether we're allocating money towards the budget for water testing for 2023 in inland lakes. Secondly, if we wanted to cut costs, because I heard a few fellow councillors discuss costs here, we could very well look at streamlining this into one group for the whole of the township. So rather than having fragmented in different groups, we could look at having one vendor doing all of our water quality testing. And I'm sure we would likely receive some kind of economies of scale for that. I find it hard pressed myself to on one hand, have council or have seen council approve a $200,000 budgetary item for generators, but yet sit here and say that because of our fiscal situation, we need to cut back on water quality testing. I personally feel that this is value for money, given that our waters are our biggest natural resource, and I do not feel that we should be in any way cutting costs when it pertains to measuring water quality and ensuring that the water is safe for all and will continue to be safe for all for future generations. So with that being said, again, I want to revisit the amount here. This is an amount that was the highest amount. I put the highest amount as best case or worst case scenario. We can likely get a better amount that will be up to staff to determine, what they can do and who they'll negotiate with. And lastly, if I can, as a point of clarity, 6 Mile Lake requested money for MILF oil mapping, not water quality testing. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper. You're muted, sir.
Too many buttons. There we go. Thank you. Sorry about that. I'm not going to talk about the importance of the environment. Everybody else has stated it. We know what is important to us. Number one is in the environment. That's motherhood and apple pie restatement. That's not going to come from me. I just would like, as a point of clarity, to say that Mayor, I don't think that in either case there's anybody offside here. We were getting information from suppliers, not committing anything to anybody. So if there's not a commitment, we're not moving the business of council forward. So I just wanted to sort of point that out. We had one teleconference with 3 councillors and a supplier, but we didn't move any business of council forward. That's the only example I can give of what has transpired. There was no voting or lobbying or it's getting a quote, and no commitments made whatsoever as to any supplier. And so that I just wanted to point out. I would suggest, in terms of going forward, that we need to give more thought to what's going to be provided. And sorry for this phone ringing here, but anyway, there's I think a couple of things that we need to consider. There's in the Dr. Pat Chow-Fraser quote, there's no labor. That's paid for both the students and Dr. Pat Chow-Fraser, and even free lab work is all paid by McMaster. So that's why their figure is low, because we're basically covering their expenses. They've come back and said they can't do the work for 10,000. It would have to be 15,000. But that's covering the same lakes that Councillor Wianco did, but with more comprehensive, 2022 type of level of testing. So that's what's going to be different. Thank you.
I'm concerned that we're now getting into a debate of suppliers. And I think really if I understand it correctly, the motion in front of us is whether or not we set aside an amount for inland water testing in excess of the 10,000 that's already in the budget. And I think we should be talking about the amount, not whether one supplier or another provides better value.
I was suggesting, if you were listening, that 15,000 was the amount that made some sense. And I was explaining why 15,000 might work for us, because it can be covered off by free labor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, please. You are muted, sir.
And you can see the lips moving, but you can't hear the sound. I want to start off by applauding my fellow councillor Graziano for doing the legwork that he did to bring value in in the form of a quote that we can consider as an alternative. But there's great value in the work that Christian brought forward here, and I think we all can learn from what is in that quote, but it also gives us what I'll call a high water mark from which we can consider as a budget number to go forward with. And I don't know what the right end state number is. You know, from Great Lakes Adjournment Bay Foundation, maybe it's 15, maybe it's 20, maybe not 50, but I wouldn't be adverse to putting a number in the budget of 50, but have the requirement for staff to go back to council to approve the path we take going forward. So we're not approving 50 to spend, we're putting 50 aside in the budget, and we come back to council for approval of the actuals path that we take. And I think that would be an appropriate step at this point in time.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to piggyback on what Councillor Hazelton was saying, I think, you know, looking at a number that's probably more than $10,000 and less than $50,000 is what would be prudent. And maybe what we can do is in our budget discussion, talk about a number that's somewhere in between, but with a provision that we have some money available in the reserve that we could take if we needed to go as high as $50,000. But my comfort level for what we're going to discuss in terms of adding to the budget would be much more in the neighborhood of $15,000 to $20,000 than a whole $50,000.
Thank you. Councillor Wojcik.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we're in a little bit of a time of crisis as far as budget goes, in my opinion. And at home, when I'm in a little bit of a crunch, I don't go out and buy a new Lexus. I go out and I buy a Hyundai. And I think in this case here, we're in a year where a budget is going to be high, and we need to show restraint. And I believe that we should introduce a cap on this to $20,000. And next year, if we do better as a council, and in next year's budget, if the money's there, then we can look at increasing the funding to this department and upscale the amount of work being done. But for now, I think we have to have responsibility, fiduciary responsibility to our residents. And in this case, that means cutting back. And I think the way we can cut back on this particular item is to limit the amount that we're going to fund it with. So I'm proposing the resolution read to a maximum of 20,000. Thank you.
For clarification, if I can, Councillor Wojcik, does that mean right now we have 10,000 set aside? You're proposing that 10,000 become 20, or you're adding 20 to the existing 10, so the combined total would be 30? You follow me?
Yes, I do. The combined of 20, but I think it should be written into the resolution that we review the two quotes, and if the Hutchinson wants to resubmit another quote to staff, knowing what our budget restraints are for this year, and I mean this is just this year. Next year may be a completely different picture, and we step up and we go with a more comprehensive report. But I think we owe it to our residents to be fiscally responsible and cap this at 20,000, a hard cap of 20,000. So
Thank you.
10 in addition to the 10 that's already allocated.
Councillor Jarvis, do you want to have any comment on the second round?
I'm just finding myself in agreement with Councillor Wojcik on this. I think we can leave this to staff and give them a budget of up to $20,000 to see if they can find something that'll work for us, whether it's the Georgian Bay Great Lakes Foundation, Hutchinson, or whoever. Yeah, I'm agreeing that if we gave them the ability to go up to 20,000 on this, I'd be happy with that.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano, if you could keep your comments to just the amount, and because then we'll see if anybody else wants to speak for amount, and then we'll vote on a resolution.
My comments will be very, very, very short. If we are going to look at revising the amount, then I'm going to ask that we look at revising the amount across all of our wards, including the Bay. So if we are going to bring down the inland lake cost to $20,000 total, then I suggest or recommend that we also vote that the all the other areas that are receiving water quality testing come in at the same amount. Thank you.
this point, I will be calling your resolution, and then we'll get into the budget debate in which many numbers may be considered being revised. Councillor Cooper.
For the sake of accuracy, our spend on the inland lakes was 5,000. So-
Sorry, I beg your pardon?
I said the spend in previous years for the inland lakes was not 50,000, it was 5,000. So I think we need to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Do you have an opinion as what the amount should be on this particular resolution?
20,000 would be fine with me. Up to, I think, is the way to put it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on the amount? So Councillor Graziano, I'm going to suggest a revision to your resolution. Therefore, be it resolved that staff would be directed to set aside within the 2023 budget up to $20,000 for inland water quality testing. Would you accept that revision, or should I get somebody else to move it? Councillor Graziano.
I would suggest that you have someone else move it, and if I can request a recorded vote, thank you.
You may. So what I had suggested, therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to set aside within the 2023 budget up to $20,000 for inland water quality testing. Anybody willing to move and second that? Councillor Hazelton, is that a move or is that a comment? You're muted again, sir.
Have to figure out how to do this again. I'd like to make a friendly amendment to the amendment and put it at 30.
Sorry, and what was the friendly amendment?
Friendly amendment to your amendment to go from 20 to 30 so that the budget set aside is 30.
Okay. Any other comments on the amount? I have, right now I have three at 20, one at 30, one at 20 only if we do further revisions. Councillor Predko, you haven't talked about the amount.
I made a comment earlier that I would be in favor of a number between $20,000 and $30,000 with I don't want to suggest $25,000 at this moment, but that
I just wrote down 25 because I don't want to talk about this any further because we have up to. Who would like to move that motion? Councillor Predko?
I will move it.
Anybody willing to second it? Councillor Jarvis. So I have moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to set aside within the 2023 budget up to $25,000 for inland water quality testing. All those in favor?
Can we have a recorded vote, please?
Yeah, the clerk just caught me on that. Thank you.
Let the record show that Councillor Graziano has requested a recorded vote. Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
Yay.
Councillor Bochek, how do you vote?
Yay.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
Okay.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Predico, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
4.
Let the record show the motion carries undefeated. Thank you.
You're muted, Mayor.
It was my turn to do that. I just want to make a final comment. I noticed that a number of you were not too pleased with my concerns that I expressed earlier in this discussion, but I caution you not only to follow the rules, but to appear to be following the rules for the benefit of our residents. So please, in the future, take that into consideration. And with that thought, I would like us now to go to the staff report on the budget draft 3, which of course, we've now amended with an additional $15,000 for the one line. But with that, Ms. Boutiette, over to you, please.
Through your worship, this is budget draft 3 presentation. So if we skipped right to the presentation, the attachment itself, we have prepared a balanced budget that has an increase in taxation and also a small amount carried forward from 2022 of unspent fundings of 397,000. I'm not sure if we want to stop on the page 2 of the package of the presentation. If there are any questions on how we got from draft 2 to draft 3.
Councillor Hazelton, please.
So not going to respond to the question, but I am going to offer a comment and question. So one of the things that has been concerning me is we're looking here at some massive tax increases, possible tax increases. And I think we have been focusing on trying to trivialize what the real impact is to the residents, as opposed to coming up with the explanations of how we got to where we are. And I circulated over the weekend some tax assessment numbers that I've been able to find, so that we have some idea what the trends have been over the last several years. What I have not been able to find is what are the expense items and where are we going offside with increases in expense items, so that we have a way to justify to our residents why we are so offside and needing such a huge tax increase. And I have to confess that I have not been able to find the answers to that. The answers, I think, would come from a spreadsheet similar to what I produced from the revenue standpoint, where we know what the revenues are that we generate through taxation, but we really don't know what the expenses are and where we've gone offside in expenses. And I think our residents have the right to know where we've gone offside from an expense standpoint, and why we are now asking for massive increases in taxation to cover those expenses over the last few years. So although I think that going through a budget review like this has some value, I think without the detail of how we got offside and how we are going to explain this to our residents we're putting the cart before the horse. We need to understand why we are in this state before we approve massive tax increases. And that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll try and be really brief. I have circulated some analysis that I've tried to do to understand what's going on here, and I just wanted to say that one of the things I sent out was I was trying to understand the Black Line report, which gave us an impression that our performance was pretty stellar. In fact, in terms of being much lower cost than other municipalities that we were compared to. And I just want to point out that the data just doesn't support what Black Line was reporting. And specifically, one of the ways to sort of figure out what it does or doesn't do is to take a look, as I pointed out in my communique, the difference between lower tier and single tier, and that we actually collect around 21 million in taxes, not 10 million, which was reported in Black Line. So it's through the numbers way out. And I think from 10,000 feet, we need to do something here. And so I am sort of echoing what Councillor Hazelton's saying. Understanding is important, but at 10,000 feet, we also need to realize that this is a huge increase, and I say unsupportable. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, followed by Councillor Bochek, please.
Thank you, and Mr. Mayor, and just continuing on some of the comments from Councillor Hazelton, I think what we may want to look at is what dollar numbers we are looking at as an increase in our consulting and in our legal costs. I think, in our discussions, that's where the big impacts have been over the last couple of years. And if we look at what those two line items are in our total spend for 2023, I suspect we'll find a big portion of what the tax increase is could be allocated to those two items. I'm not sure if that's a report that staff would be able to prepare quickly for us. We'd have to go back through the budget spreadsheet numbers. And I think that was one of the comments we had at our last meeting, is that we had the budget organized by department, but we were looking to see if it was possible to have it sorted and grouped by account number, so we could take a look at the differences in our legal and our consulting costs.
Thank you. Ms. Boutier, do you want to respond to that, or do you want me to get the other councillors that have their first round before you respond?
I didn't hear a clear question.
What-
If you're looking for detailed of revenues and expenses by object today, that is not prepared for today's presentation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, I'm going to go Councillor Bocheck, followed by Councillor Jarvis, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to reiterate what Councillor Pretko had to say, and that in analyzing the budget, I find the amount that we're having to budget for consulting fees and legal fees is astronomical. And I tried to put my finger on why, and the only reason I could come up with, and this is one councillor's opinion, in 2014, we did almost a complete rewrite of our official plan. That was directed by a group of individuals in a process that resulted in an official plan that any junior planner could punch 1,000 holes through. It's a plan that bylaws cannot be followed, basically, in our environment, and hence we end up in a ton of legal battles, because the residents of this township feel that they have the right to develop their property according to this official plan that was written. Yet when it comes in front of us and our planners say, yes, you're right, the official plan, the intent of the official plan does allow you to do this, a council will turn that application down and go against our planning department's wishes. Then you have a case where you cannot use your own planners to defend it. You have to go outside and get counsel, and this costs us a fortune. We need, as council, to look inside and find out what we're doing wrong and stop the ridiculous spending on consultation and legal costs of people fighting us to get what they deserve and what our official plan says they can have. We need to look at ourselves. And this council, when our planning department or our outside planners bring an application to council that in their professional opinion should be passed, then it should be passed. Hence, we don't get into a legal battle and lose that legal battle and spend all our constituents' money and come out on the wrong side of the judgment anyways. We need to look hard at what we do at this council, because I think it's this council and the previous councils that have cost this township all of this money. And in order to pay for it, we have to raise the taxes. So let's get our act together and move ahead in this term of council with responsible spending of our ratepayers' money. Until we do that, we're going to have to keep jacking up taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. CEO Mariotti, do you want to jump in before I go to Councillor Jarvis?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Coetzee. Just to elaborate on Councillor Pretko's comment in terms of the detail, if council would like to go to, it says it's page 22 of the spreadsheet package that Ms. Bouthelette had sent to council as part of draft 3. I'll give you a couple of seconds to scroll down to, it says P20 of 22 in the bottom right-hand corner of the spreadsheet. And that takes you to the planning section. And at the bottom of that sheet, you'll see the estimated final of 2022 actual to October. So I don't know if those numbers have gone up higher, but you can see there consultant fees was 407 up to the end of October. Solicitor fees were 264. In the budget for this year, we have kind of pulled that back a little bit in the hopes that as we develop some bench strength in the planning department, and as we also, go down the road of trying to make our OP&R zoning bylaws a little bit more user-friendly, we're hoping that we can start pulling these costs down. But hopefully that partially answers Councillor Predko's question about where the funds have gone and what we're budgeting for this year.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, obviously, certainly from my perspective and from my constituent side of things, I think everybody's feeling the same thing. Different people within the Cottage Association that I'm part of have already been discussing this. Our Cottage Association board very helpfully got a note out to everybody, and there has been feedback, significant feedback about this proposed budget. Admittedly, an earlier version, so the amounts are higher. But it's kind of nice to see that it's stimulated conversation within the cottage community, because usually we don't get a whole heck of a lot. This has certainly got people's attention. I don't know if it's for the right reason. I really appreciate Councillor Hazelton's comments. If I can go back to my constituents and say, this is why, in a very specific basis, so things have gotten to where they have gotten to, it will help significantly in making them understand why we are doing what we are doing. Having said that, I just want to ask Julie, I'm curious, in the grants and donation, in the grants department, I guess it would be grants for, what would it be? Those areas where we give out money annually to associations for, small amounts based on our overall budget. I realize that, but I know that the Cognishing Cottages Association requested $3,500. Is that what we've set aside for that association, or was it a revised number that we set aside? I know it's a small amount, but I am curious.
The draft 2, through your worship, of the motion said that only specific grants would be specifically noted in the budget, and that everybody else would be redirected to the recreational grant policy, which was also directed to be brought back, revised to be of broader scope.
Yeah, you're
So
right.
no,
Okay.
no specific amount for that association.
Okay, so the community event grant budget of $4,000 is what we're talking about then?
Yes.
That clarifies that for me. Thank you very much, Julie. Appreciate that. But again, yeah, I'll just reemphasize, if we can present a legitimate, in our minds anyway, a good basis for why we're doing all this, it'll help significantly. I'm certainly not happy with this in any way, shape, or form. I'm sorry to see we're in this state. And if we can, if there's anything else we can do, or any recommendations that can come forward from our CAO or from our finance, it would be most helpful. But those are my comments.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano, would you like to jump on this round?
No, Your Worship, I'm leading by example and reserving my comments to bringing maximum value. Thank you.
Thank you. I recognize that we are in a situation that none of us want to be in, of seeing significant increases. And I think we can understand some of how we got here. It's interesting. I was looking at the last 5 years and looking at the overall property tax increases, and for a number of years that they were relatively flat. And it's only in the last couple of years that they've gone up to some degree. And and as we learned a couple of years ago, we have to set more aside in our capital reserves based on, asset management. That's part of the explanation. We know we've been spending more money on planning for various reasons. Staff challenges being significant amongst them recently. And we also know that we're in a very inflationary time right now when, our operations department will tell us most of their supplies cost 15% more than they did a year ago. And anybody who's been trying to do any building understands how much many supplies have gone up, and I think we have to recognize that. I think, council, I would love to see a report from our treasurer on expenditures by object, as I think how they word it, that separates, salaries from consultants' fees, from supplies and things like that across the board as opposed to by department. I think that'd be very interesting information. But I also caution all of us that if we want to knock this budget down by any significant amount, then we want to cut staff. That's the reality when staff represents close to half our expenses. And so I guess my challenge to you and my challenge to our residents are, okay, which department do we need less of than we have now? And I don't know about you, but I, on a semi-regular basis, get concerns, complaints, sometimes more severe than that, about how our township has not addressed a particular need of a resident, be it the speed on an application or the disrepair of a road or what have you. And so, absolutely our constituents want us to cut the budget. But then I think the legitimate question is where? What services should we stop providing? And that's something that I'm not sure we can necessarily address in the next few weeks, but it's something that we want to consider as we go on this year as to what services are we providing now that maybe our township shouldn't be providing. I mean, I'm going to go to extreme. We know a township to the north doesn't have a fire service. They hand out pamphlets. Now, I'm not suggesting in any way we cut our fire department, but what I am suggesting is we need to say, okay, what is it that we will cut back on if we want to cut the budget, given that labor and supplies have gone up significantly in the past year. We know that. So that's my I'll call it challenge to all of us, not just council, but our residents. What particular services would you like to see cut? Thank you. And I'm going to, next round, we'll start the same way we did the last round. Councillor Hazelton, followed by Councillor Cooper, please.
And I like the last part that you said, let's consider what we need to cut. And I started a process with our Director of Finance to try to figure out what services we provide in the township and which services are useful for water access properties, because we know 50% of the properties in our township are water only access properties. And so I'm just going to say something, it's probably a heretic type comment, but we get fire services. But if those fire services are really only available to 50% of the residents in our community, because they really don't apply in water access properties, or at least by the time the fire people get there, it's usually too late. So maybe 50% of the fire services are needed. Maybe 50% of the EMS services are needed. These are heretic-like statements, but when it comes to understanding where the services are and who pays for them, I mean, we are blending the cost of all of these services across the entire township, when relatively, well, half the township benefits from them. So perhaps there needs to be a thought or consideration of those things. But without focusing on these heretic-like statements, we have generally agreed that we have problems with what we're doing in the legal side and with the planning side. But again, we don't have a visible trend line in front of us to show our constituents that we have gone off track for this reason or that reason. A taxation study that I did that showed somehow in 2021 we had actually a reduction in taxes instead of an increase in taxes. I'm baffled by that number. Then we also have guidance from MMAH back in 2015 that we should be baking in a 4.51% increase. Yes, we've changed financial staff at the township, so we can't hold the current staff accountable for those old guidelines. But if you followed the numbers that I put together, if we had followed what MMAH had told us in 2015, we would only have a 10% gap as opposed to a 21, almost 22% gap. So what I'm frustrated with is we don't have this clear picture of where we have gone offside. Therefore, we don't have the ability to craft the narrative to our residents as to why we have to do something astronomical to get back on track. And I'm not adverse to getting back on track. I just would like to be able to have an accurate, data-driven way of explaining it so that we can then take that action. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Just a couple of quick suggestions to help us get to a better place, maybe. One is we do need different data, so more by the services provided. That way, maybe our councillors can get back for the next meeting with some suggestions as to where we might have to and should cut. So that would be one thing. I think we need that data, and I think it needs to be enough data. And what I mean by enough data, a 5-year trend, so that we can see what's transpired versus we're looking at 1, 2, or the most recent years. It's just, it doesn't put it into total context. So I'm going to suggest that we go back 5 years. In other words, 2018, 2019, 2020, 21, 22. So that gives us a 5-year trend to see what's going on. And we're sort of shooting in the dark. If we are considering services, we haven't really got a picture. So it's pretty hard to shoot in the dark. And so I'd like to see some clearer information in a different way. Let's put it that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, followed by Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just 2 comments, and I guess I would direct this to Mr. We've been talking about costs and services that we're incurring. We haven't really talked about, and I know first item to say that we would be reviewing fees in the next. I'm wondering though, is it this development fees for 2023 based on our current cost structure? Is this an area where there's maybe an imbalance between our costs and the recoupment of those costs?
Unfortunately, we only heard part of your question because you've been cutting in and out.
Okay.
But if I understood it correctly, you're wondering how our development fees revenue compares to our development costs?
Yes. And whether or not they're appropriate for our current costs that we're experiencing in that department.
Ms. Boutiette, can you respond to that? I know you didn't volunteer, but I'm still going to ask. Can you respond to that?
Sorry, to clarify, the question is,
do we need to raise our development and application fees to reflect the costs in that department?
short answer is yes. The longer answer is we just started in towards the end of 2021 to put in place some of those fees. So yes, we are at the point where we're due for a review and now seeing if those costs are if those revenues are enough to cover the related costs. And when you were using consultants to do the work that in other townships, internal staff are doing, it's exponentially expensive. And no, we aren't recovering enough costs, and it is subsidized by taxation at this point in time.
So is that a conversation we should be having today or as part of this process?
Through your worship, I don't believe we can implement planning user fees on applications effective February 1st, for example, that would have enough studies to have an impact on this budget. And it's very difficult to put on user fees for an environment that could be changing by having a fully staffed planning department. So we have to find that medium, and it's not something that can be done quickly. We need time to do our user fee bylaw review.
Did we not set those fees for 2023 back in, I'll call it September or something? I can't remember the exact date, like a few months back?
No, the last time the user fees were updated were in the fall of 2021.
Okay. All right. By poor memory. Thank you. Any further comment, Councillor Predko? You're frozen on our screen, I'm afraid. All right, let's go to Council.
I'm going to try this without video. Is it any better? No, I'll wait. I'll come back when my internet connection gets better.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bocek, followed by Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, this may sound a little bit contradictory to what Councillor Pretko just said, but I believe in the exact opposite. I think during our strategic plan, which is going to be coming up very shortly, and a relook at the strategic plan, I think we need to look at increasing revenues as a way of solving this budget concern of ours. And the way we can increase revenues is to look at what's in the official plan and the strategic plan now, which is restricting people from purchasing, buying, developing lots in our township, and increasing the number of lots and increasing the number of our residents to increase our revenues. Now, I'm not talking about waterfront lots or water access lots. I'm talking about lots on mainland. We have bylaws that say you cannot build on a back lot in our township. We have district laws that say that you need 25 acres and 500 feet of frontage to build on a district road. We need in our strategic plan to come up with ways to look at increasing our number of building lots in this township, increasing the number of residents in this township, increasing the revenues. And that's all done through strategic planning and working together to say the environment is our number one concern. What is the number one concern in the environment? That's the water. Let's look at developing the old farmlands, the old lots where you have a guy with 25 acres and 1,500 feet of frontage and he can't put more than one house on it. That's a real concern to me. So part of our planning moving forward should be looking at how can we increase, what percentage do we want to increase our residents by, whether that's 3%, 4%, 10%, and then figure out what lands we're going to open up to allow this to happen and how we're going to do it through bylaws and procedures to say, okay, right now we have 61 houses on Honey Harbor Road. We could have 245 houses on Honey Harbor Road. All of a sudden, our revenues go through the roof and we don't have the problems and we can start to afford to do what we need to be doing in this township. So please, I'm begging council in this term of council, let's look at ways to reduce restrictions, create incentive for people to move to this township and start building in this township. And contrary to what Mr. Pretko said, I would suggest things like removing development fees 100% for a period of 1 year, you know, to bring on development. I'm not going to say too much more on this because there's a lot of things that have to happen behind the scenes. But when we move into our discussions on strategic planning and how we're moving forward, make sure that we keep in the front of our minds We need to increase revenues. We need to increase the number of residents we have in this township, because this is a problem that's not going away. This problem is going to continue as long as our population stays the same. So that's my comments, because we're not fixing this problem today, but we better fix it tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a point of clarity, because we had some numbers thrown around earlier in our conversation with respect to the amount of revenue that we receive as a township. Julie, can you confirm roughly within a few $100,000, what is it that we receive? What is our portion total for 2022, 2023 when it pertains to the taxes that we receive? What do we actually get in that? Is that 10 million, 10.5 million?
So through Your Worship, I think the best answer to that question is actually part of the slide deck. So if you go to slide page 3 of 22.
3 of 22.
So I'm going to
have-
take a moment to capitalize on your question so that I can explain this table a little bit. So this is comparing, this is a tool that we use in the finance when we're doing budget. It's called OPTA, which is the Ontario Property Tax. And I always forget what the A stands for, but it's a tool that's available for us to do forecasting into the future year. And it also has tax data for all of the prior years. So this table itself has in the first box, yay, good. The upper tier portion of 2022. So I kind of did boxes around the years. So there's upper tier, lower tier, which is us, education tax, and the total of taxation for 2022. And then the same, again, repeated for estimates for 2023. So you can see that the first column being upper tier is collecting through Georgian Bay residents, 11,790,000. Ourselves, Georgian Bay Township, for lower tier is 7.9 million, and education tax is also there at 4.7. So 4.6 million. So you can see also I put the percentage in there so that we could see what our percentage of total taxes collected remains in the Township of Georgian Bay.
So we're looking at 7,949,000 in total revenue forecasted for 2023 is on our side. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So of that, what is the total deficit that we're looking at right now? There's been some changes in numbers. I think last was 1.6. Where are we exactly right now?
So with this taxation, we're a balanced budget. So this includes funding the deficit that was presented in draft 2.
Oh, I'm sorry. So the slide that I'm looking at right now is not our actual inbound revenue, rather what it would be if we increased?
Correct.
I'm looking for our current, if we were not to increase anything at this point in time.
So in our 2022 taxes, so if you're not increasing anything, we'd be going, so go back to the 2022, which are year-end taxation.
Okay.
We're looking, so the second column there, you're looking at 6.533 million.
Okay, so our actual working revenue is 6.533 million, and our deficit is 1.6 million currently. Is that correct?
The difference between the two, which is grayed out in the columns of 1.4 after we've reviewed a few more things
Okay.
in our.
And so just simple math, what is that in percentage? So what is it percentage of our deficit relative to our revenue?
So if you're looking and isolating only Georgian Bay Township, the lower tier,
Yes.
for just ourselves year over year, the 1.4 million over the 6.533 million, that's a 21.67% increase on just the lower tier portion.
So it's 21.6% deficit for 2023 relative to 2022. Is that correct?
Relative to 2022, yes.
Correct. Okay. So 21.67%. I would personally like to see, as we continue to debate how we are going to to reduce deficits and bring us back into a fiscal equilibrium point. I don't know why council is getting so granular and why we continue to debate, each line item one by one. I would personally like to see our CAO go back to his senior management staff and ask them to provide reports on how to cut 20% off each functional area. I don't know why we have to go each line by line and say, hey, why are we doing this or why are we doing that? Why are we not just saying we need to cut 20% across the board or 15% across the board? So each senior management head come back to us with a report on that, on what we intend to cut at that 20% based on what you have in your, in your budget. I think this is a much simpler way of trying to determine how we're going to cut, whether that is headcount reductions, whether that is clothing reductions, whether that is training reductions for 2023. Let's not get so granular and go one by one or line by line. Rather, let's enable our staff to come back to us and say where they could cut. Mr. CAO, Greg, is this a possibility? Can we do something such as this?
May I? Through your worship, I think that is an alternative. But you got to understand, when our insurance overall increase is 16%, that means we have to cut somewhere else to make up that difference. When our cost of living on salaries and benefits is an average 7 or 8%, when we start doing those cuts, we're cutting into levels of service, and we are not getting clear direction where we want less to be done in terms of levels of service. So and I guess that could be a direction of council where staff bring back a report saying if we cut 20%, this is what it's going to look like on our service levels.
Julie, if I may for a moment, and with the utmost respect, majority of the constituents that I've spoken to argue that they don't receive any services. And so we keep hearing that, we are looking at cutting services or having to cut services. And on the other side, when I'm speaking to constituents about this very issue, they say, I don't receive anything. So what's a cut to nothing? So when it pertains to the cuts that I'd recommended, coming with each functional area, whether that's our fire department, whether that's our economic development team, each respective team come back with their proposed 20% cuts, then staff can look at that to say whether or not that makes sense and present it back to council for us to determine, hey, that looks great, or perhaps that doesn't look so good, and here's what we'd like to retain. Just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, do you want to jump in on this round?
No, I have nothing of value to add here.
I'm not sure that's entirely true, but maybe not this round. I'd like to make a couple of comments before we go to the third round on this. I was looking at our history over the last half dozen years or so, and I think it's very interesting that when I look at the total tax, now that includes education, district, and township, on a property that's had no assessment increase, since 2016. If your assessment is entirely flat from 2016 till now, you'll discover, because I did the math on a property that it had no assessment increase. Taxes in 2022 were 3% higher than they were in 2016. 3%. That's not 3% per year. That's 3% overall. I think that, Councillor Hazelton made the point earlier, and I think he was absolutely right. We failed to increase our taxes in prior years to the amount we probably should have in light of capital reserves and things like that. But I think that, we have to be conscious of the fact that part of what we're being asked to do by staff is to catch up, to be more responsible, to cover our costs. Secondly, that I think it's important to note that we are in inflationary times. And as pointed out by Ms. Boudiette, there are some costs that have gone up that we don't have control over. You know, salaries across the board are up. Supply costs across the board are up. Insurance is up. And Councillor Graziano, if your residents say they don't get anything from the township, then that's perhaps our fault for not educating them. What roads do they drive on? And, you know, where do they take their garbage? And, you know, everybody's getting some service. Different people require different services. And I think we also have to recognize that property taxes are not a fee for services. Property taxes, whether we like it or not, are a form of wealth tax. If you have property, you pay the tax. It's up to us as council and staff to take the money we collect and get the best value we can in how we spend that money. And I think that, you know, and yes, the services can be different depending upon where you're located. If you're seasonal or you're permanent, if you're water access or your road access, the extent to which you benefit from those services can vary. But I do think fundamentally, we as council have to decide, do we want the township to provide the services it's currently provided? Do our residents want the package of services that we have? Or do our residents feel that there's one or two areas where we don't need it? If that service was totally withdrawn from our township, you know, do we cut out all our recreational programs, sell off all our parks and buildings in that realm, and let private developers do as they wish with them? You know, do we make that a decision like that? That's where I think what, you know, we have to consider, and I think it's important that we take that perspective. That I think we should be financially responsible, and B, if we're going to become a smaller organization going forward financially, what are we taking out? And with that, I'll allow a round three, and we'll start with Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Hazelton, please.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and all good comments. Yes, we have inflation, and that's unfortunate. No, our revenues haven't gone up as much as we'd like. But I'd just like to point out a couple of things. You know, there was a comment about what is our spend, our local spend, our township, internal township of Georgian Bay spend is the number that's circled on page 3. Our total revenue is still 22 million or something, 21, 22 million. That's what we bring in. And to understand, we need to remember that we are buying services, and very specific services in some cases. In many cases we get overcharged, but we're outsourcing to the District of Muskoka. So it's really the 7 million or so and the 11 million is what the services that we're acquiring. We can't deal with the 11 million. We can't reduce that. So we're really, the 7 million number is the one where we can work. I say in that case, I think both council and our staff need to find some way to bring this a little bit more in line. And so I'd like to see council make some tough decisions. They're not going to be fun, but I'd also like staff to come forward with some suggestions too. I'd like to see us get to around 10%, not 21% for the township of Georgian Bay, the increase. That might be palatable given that we haven't kept up with taxes, etc. But I wouldn't like to see much more than that. And let's see if we can shoot for that. It's about $630,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. So we've heard a few snippets in today's meeting of where we have had significant increases. And I just heard from our Director of Finance, Julie, that we have insurance 16% increase. We got cost of living increases. And this maps back to what Councillor Predko was talking about, where we try to get an understanding of these buckets of costs And preferably we have a minimum 5-year window where we can look on a spreadsheet and see what are the costs of these key elements and how is that driving our increases. So that's one comment I wanted to make. A second comment is, I chuckle that, but I really like what Councillor Graziano said. In a business world, if you had this problem, you wouldn't be looking at your board of directors to come up with the targets of cost reduction. You'd be turning it back to the senior management team and saying, you know, we have a 20% overage. This is business. This is a corporation. Put it back in your management team to come up with a 20% cut in each department. So I really like that idea as well. I'm not suggesting it's going to get us to where we need to be, but it's certainly a healthy strategy to exercise. And the third comment I wanted to make was I just did the math on my little spreadsheet here. And if we had a $20 million increase in taxation, in property taxation. So let's say we sold 40 properties in the back roads of our township, and each one sold for $500,000. And so we got a $20 million increase in increase in assessment. That only generated a $290,000 increase in taxation. And what I'm trying to highlight here is selling all these back properties is not going to solve our problem. So it's certainly the direction. I absolutely applaud what Councillor Bocek said a minute ago, where we need to learn how to change our policies to develop these back properties, but it's not going to solve our taxation problem that we have in front of us. We need a multifaceted strategy here, and you know, understanding where the problems are, that's one thing. Perhaps putting part of the responsibility back on senior management team and their CEO to come up with internal recommendations, and then a third factor of what can we do to grow our township, to increase our tax base, so that we can drive more taxation. Anyways, comments, thank you.
Thank you. So far, I'm hearing two directions from council, if I can summarize quickly. One is what I would call expenses by object, because I think that's that glamorous term that accountants put on it, that break us down, you know, how much is being spent on salaries versus goods and services versus consultants versus legal, like broad buckets across the board. And the second thing is challenging staff to come back with a budget that is perhaps at a 10% or 12% increase versus a 21% increase for our portion, and what would they cut? So to me, we're basically saying to staff, we'd like some more homework done, and because I don't think anybody here is, and correct me if I'm wrong, is prepared to say, okay, we're now done, finalize this and bring it back for approval next council meeting. If I've not sensed things correctly, please tell me what you'd like to see, but that's what I'm hearing so far. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you. And so we know where we are today, and we know where we don't want to be tomorrow. And I think looking ahead, we need to understand that the status quo is not going to be maintained. The changes have to be made now. And in light of what Councillor Hazelton said, the immediate implications of my thoughts by opening up development and developing lots. We have a 3-tiered subdivision on Honey Harbor Road with 495 homes sitting not developed. We have a build out of Oak Bay, which is slow and staggering and not moving forward at the rate they want to. We're not gaining the revenues from that. If we look at all these revenue streams that could come, it's not going to affect the immediate position of this township. But if you create 500 new lots and you create $5,000 worth of revenues per year, over the next 10 years, that makes a huge difference. It doesn't affect us today, but it affects us tomorrow. We don't want to be back in the same position years from now. So my idea of opening up development and looking at gaining new revenues is not a cure for what is in front of us today. It's a long-term solution and a long-term strategic plan to get us to a place where we need to be in the future. So I totally agree with Councillor Hazelton that no matter what we do in the way of expanding our development inland, it's not going to cure what we have as a problem today, but certainly will help us in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you. Hopefully my video and audio holds up this time around. So I would just like to add on to the mayor's comments. You know, whether it's asking the departments to go back with the 20% revision and what would that mean for their department. I think we've had some good conversations in the past about what services may be turned into a shared service with another organization or level of government, and what could be brought in-house in terms of, you know, would we benefit from having in-house junior counsel or some other functions that we're currently paying externally for, and could that be done differently? So, you know, on top of the savings, are there suggestions on creative solutions without affecting service levels, or what that service level impact would be? That would be my suggestion and request. The other thing I just wanted to mention is, and perhaps this is something that our treasurer or CAO can answer, you know, what risk are we looking at for years 2024 and 2025 for the impact of the capital reserves, as we're looking at the maintenance and health of our facilities and infrastructure? Are we looking at where we may be seeing risks in the future? You know, we've had inflation this year. Is there going to be a second hit with inflation in 2024? You know, 2023 is going to be a hard year. What do we need to do longer term to make sure 2024 and the future isn't going to be a repeat of what we're talking about this year?
Ms. Boutier, are you prepared to respond to Councillor Predko?
Sorry, I'm drilling into the 2022 budget discussions had a big list of hard service level decisions, which none were taken. So I'm drilling into that. Can you please repeat the question?
Sure. I mean, the first part was really when we go back to the departments and ask them about cost reductions, what creative ways can they look at providing services in a less costly manner? So trying to not just reduce, but to look at how things could be provided differently, whether, you know, outsourcing, insourcing, shared services. I know these have been done in the past, but is it an opportunity to try to come up with some models that might be effective that haven't been used in the past? And the second part of that question was completely different, and it was about the capital reserves. And are we anticipating us being hit with a high capital reserve increase in the coming years that we need to be prepared for? And is there anything we can be doing about it now?
Okay, so on the first part of the question, I believe staff and departments and directors have been for many years as lean as possible. As for doing things differently, I think we're so lean in our staffing, it's difficult to find time to do that exercise of finding other ways of doing stuff, even though we do go to conferences and training that and are part of groups, district groups and peer groups where we have conversations about doing things differently. But if I take, for example, operations, with the number of parks and facilities that we have, we're quite different. We don't manage roads as much as another township would. We manage, you know, wharfs, water accesses, parks, docks, all of those things that need to be maintained. And when we've tried to sway from our current service levels, such as, naturalizations or things of that sort, we're directed back to council to go back to where the service levels we were doing before. So it's really difficult to come to council and propose those difficult service level changes when it's shot down time and time again. And when we do pilot something that could save money, we're reverted back. So those kinds of examples are where staff have been as lean as possible without affecting levels of service. So if we're sent back to do that analysis, does council have the appetite to make the hard decisions?
Thank you. Chief Van Dam, do you want to step in before I go to Councillor Jarvis?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to advise that I know we've got a potentially high tax increase, but we also need to look at some of the things that are not controllable by us. So, for example, the fire service has had a tremendous amount of legislation forced upon us in the last 2 years that we are now going to start paying that piper for that increase. We've been looking at trying to generate revenue for us for a while now. I know our Director of Finance put a piece in that she wanted to pay for burning permits, and some of that was shot down. So there's a lot of things that staff has tried to do, and there's a lot of things that we're not, I'm going to say, able to control. You take the fire budget this year, for example, we have an increase of Next Generation 911. And that's something that it's on our budget, but it just goes right out to somebody else. And I think that's where it's a dramatic piece that you're catching, is that we're being downloaded. The last probably 10 years has taken its toll on us.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, just a couple of things, random, it may appear to be random thoughts, but I'm just going to piggyback on what Chief Van Dam has just noted in that word was download. As we've noted recently, the province has been downloading recently and downloading continually. We got development charges changing dramatically that will not be helpful to us in the longer term. We've got to keep that in mind. I'm going to suggest, going back to my days in private industry, that whenever industry decided to cut back during a recessionary period, they ended up paying a heavy price when things picked up again, because they're so far behind the 8 ball, having cut back so much during the recessionary period. I think it's unwise for us to try and cut, though the idea of asking our CAO to see where staff can bring in a 10% savings for us, as an example, across the board, I'm thinking that there are changes that Chief Van Dam has just noted that have been brought on, I'm thinking of the library as well, that we don't have significant control over at all. And we've got to keep that in mind as we move forward. I will then, from there, go to the comments made earlier by Councillor Hazelton and myself. I think it's really important that whatever we decide to do as far as a tax increase, if we can go back to our constituents and indicate to them exactly where these increases, why these increases exist, and I'll take the example again of that insurance premium change increase of 16% being very legitimate and valid, and a very good point to bring across to people. That's the stuff we've got to use when we talk to our constituents, who are the ones who are obviously, like ourselves, going to be paying a heavy price for this tax increase. I don't like it any more than anybody else. I know I'll be paying it. I'd like to think that we can cut things back, but we council, keep asking for more. We just did this morning. And if we keep asking for more, or our constituents keep asking for more, then they've got to understand that asking for more means it will cost more. And I think these are all very legitimate points that everybody's brought forward. But as Councillor Houston pointed out, back in 2021, we didn't have much of a tax increase. That compounds through to 2023. So there's something else that we've got to keep in mind when we're talking to our constituents. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. So a couple of comments with respect to some comments made. With respect to download costs, I'm not sure how download costs would affect us enabling staff and asking staff to go back and find the percentages that council determines in cuts back into their respective departments. If these are downloaded costs that are mandated by the province, then they're downloaded costs that are mandated by the province. We can look at other ways to cut costs in other under other departments, or at least staff can, rather than council having to do it. So I'm not quite sure how that would in any way, shape, or form affect an exercise requesting that staff come back and cut X percentage in each individual department. Second, I personally, again, and I'm going to reiterate this, I don't feel that council should have to micromanage the process here. We shouldn't be the ones that have to go line by line and determine where to cut. Rather, I think we should allow staff to have some skin in the game and have them come back to us and advise where they feel they can cut in their respective departments. And lastly, let the record show, or at least the record will show, when we had a discussion at hand and we had the same fiscal issues as we do now, and council did approve a substantial cost to our facilities, specifically on generators, and the record will show how the vote went in that particular request. So with that being said, again, I'm inclined to recommend that staff take the initiative, present back to council a cut of each department, and allow councillors to determine whether or not we feel that those cuts are going to impact our constituents, or whether or not our constituents will approve. Thank you.
Thank you. CEO Mariotti.
Thank you, Mayor Kutsia. So, as I mentioned at a previous meeting, the municipal budget isn't here to make money. The municipal budget is simply to balance the books based on council's policies and levels of service. So I do agree that we should provide council with a bit of a history lesson as to, why are we at this point in time? There is a multitude of issues. Chief Van Dam made a very valid point, as did Ms. Bouthelette. There are things out of our control that costs are going up, and we have to pay for those increasing costs. It is, if we want to reduce costs to compensate for these external drivers that we have no control over, it is going to impact a level of service, one way or the other. I believe Ms. Bouthelette has mentioned that prior to my time, there were some cost savings ideas that were put forward, and I think we'll add that to a package that council will be receiving, so they can make their deliberations. But really, we are here. We are at this point based on council's wishes, council's direction, and council's policies. We can go back and look at cutting some services. However, I can guarantee you that there will be some councillors who will probably not agree to those service level cuts as were proposed back in 2022. So, in closing, Again, we're not here to make money. We're here to simply balance the budget based on council's policies and directions.
Thank you. I think there's been a lot of good discussion. There's obviously great concern amongst our residents and our councillors about tax increases and additional costs that imposes on our taxpayers. And so I'm going to take a slightly different angle to all this. We've heard numerous reasons why our costs are going up that are beyond our control. Inflationary costs, and some of our costs we have no control over. Downloading. The province has been actively downloading for years and has recently gained a new enthusiasm for dumping on us. You know, I think, but for instance, I think Councillor Cooper raised a good point, and it's certainly, I know on his agenda and my agenda for this year is how do we get a better relationship value for our money with district. And there's a number of different areas I think we can look at. I think there's a new council there and we might be able to make some progress. But I also think it's very important to understand that at this point, with no changes at all, our average taxpayer is looking for an increase in their total property taxes of something less than 9%. And it's probably going to be a little bit less than that, not because you have that number, you know, in front of you, but at the same time, we know our assessment base has gone up. I mean, I know Councillor Bocek made references to growth. Well, growth isn't just new properties. Growth also includes people who have been adding to their property, putting additions on, or rebuilding their home, or adding a garage to the back. And judging by how busy our building department has been the last few years, we know those assessments are going up, and that's another form of growth. And the more those assessments go up, the more for those who have not improved their property, their taxes actually go down relatively. And I think it's important that we sit back and say, wait a minute, right now we are going forward with a budget, all levels, education, district and township combined, with an increase of less than 9%. And given the inflationary costs that we've faced, given the downloading from the government, given the fact that, for instance, the fire departments have new codes they have to live up to, requiring more training, etc., that we have no choice in that. I don't think we're in a bad spot, as nearly as bad a spot as we think. Of course, it's a healthy exercise for the senior managers of the township to look at, well, if they had to cut costs, which ones would they cut? And maybe we can get from staff for our next meeting a list of, if we cut this service out, they might suggest one or two. Let's stop doing X or cut Y in half, and then we have to decide whether or not we want to do that. But we're a council. I mean, many of us are on the prior council, this council, where we're asking more of staff. You know, we had an earlier discussion about making sure that our water testing is up to the highest standard. And so I think under all those circumstances, and the fact that our taxes in the township have not gone up at a rate that perhaps they could have if we were being more responsible in the past, going to our taxpayers right now, and they're telling them that their total taxes are increasing by less than 9%, and therefore quite almost in line with inflation. I don't think it's nearly as bad a story as it could be. And so I caution us not to cut our nose off to spite our face by wanting too significant cuts in our service levels. I am prepared, and I'm sure some residents are watching, and I will get the emails accordingly after this meeting. But I think going to them with a 9% increase overall and saying that we're being fiscally responsible and making sure we have money set aside in the reserves as needed and providing the services that we do and meeting the mandates and downloading from the province is a reasonable response. Having said that, I would like to see the analysis of our costs by object over the last number of years so we can see where some of the more significant increases have come, because maybe it's the accountant in me, but I'd like to see those numbers and how they flow. I think asking council to look at if we demanded a cut, where would they make them, would be useful information, though I'm hoping we don't demand too many of those cuts. All right. Our clerk has been kind enough to draft up a resolution, because the resolution that currently exists basically said, and it was in your report, that we accept the draft 3 as presented. And I'm thinking that council would like a little more information before we make that decision. And therefore, I'm just going to read what our clerk has drafted up for your consideration. And it's whereas council has received the information in relation to budget draft number 3. Therefore, that council requests an analysis of major cost increases by object from 2020 through 2023. And the council requests the CEO to propose a 20% reduction in costs on each functional area. Councillor Hazelton.
Yeah, can I have a friendly amendment to that to start at 2018 and not at 2020? But I think we need to start before the COVID crisis, and without going back a couple more years. I think we're missing key elements, and anyways, just my comments. Thank you.
Just for everybody's information, if you go to our website, you can see the audited statements going back as far as 2016, and it has some of this analysis in them, though we don't have 2022 statements there, obviously. And I would think that if the analysis we want would be a little more detailed than what's in those statements, but it could be a starting point. Okay, Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you. Could I ask for a friendly amendment as well? And that is just to add an analysis of increases that have been imposed on us through downloading and through inflation and other items that are beyond our control, so that if we're talking to, or we're looking at what the service levels are, we can be aware of what has been imposed on us and what we need to live with. That includes things like insurance. That I don't think we're in an environment where we want to increase our risk of increasing deductibles or anything, but if there are things like insurance being imposed at 16% higher, highlighting those for us for our information.
Sounds good. In other words, you would like to see let me call it a one-pager that you can share with our constituents when they go, what the heck?
That's right, or include in the mailers or whatever.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Be very brief. I'd like to support the 2 friendly amendments. I think a little more data, especially going back to 2018. I'd already mentioned this before, so I would support that. And also the other information that was requested by Councillor Predko. Just like to point out, I think, Mayor, what you were, just to clarify on the information you were giving, the 9% increase is as a result of an amalgamation of all the numbers, as opposed to the township of Georgian Bay spend, the local spend. So the local spend will still be 21.6 or whatever percent it is. We get a freebie, a gimme, because of education going up 0. So that drives the percentage down for all of us to think about. So the 9% is the total. And people will also, though, focus on what our spend is, and we need to remember that. So I'd like to see if we can bring that down. Thank you.
That's a fair enough comment, but one of my responses to that is that with the government downloading all sorts of things on us and responsibilities, it's nice that they didn't download more education cost on us. So we're taking, if you will, taking advantage of that. Councillor Bocheck, please.
Yeah, if there's any sort of solace that comes out of this, speaking to one of my constituents who lives inland here, they got an increase in their old age security, which will help. The federal government has given 0.43% increase, which means every constituent of mine will get $2.27 increase to their monthly old age security pension to help out with this. So the federal government doesn't think there's much inflation. And they certainly aren't raising our taxes because they're throwing it all down on the local level so we can raise the taxes. It's an unfortunate position we're in, but we have to remember, and please, on this council, we have to remember, we have many constituents that live on a CPP and an old age security, and they're getting 0.43% increase, $2 a month. Not a good place for them to be. Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, or Ms. Way, whatever you prefer. You've been writing away, haven't you?
I've been trying to decipher your
Yes.
penmanship
Okay. Well, let's
with your additional.
see where
line there.
we're at, because we're a minute. Okay. Whereas council has received the information in relation to budget draft number 3. Therefore, the council requests an analysis of major cost increases by object from 2018 to 2023. And the council requests the CEO to propose a 20% reduction in cost for each functional area. And the council requests an analysis on downloading inflation and items beyond our control. Does that capture what everybody has to say? Can I get a mover? Councilor Graziano and seconded by Councilor Cooper, please. All those in favor? And that is carried. And I'm afraid staff, a little more homework. But I think that council is looking forward to the information that you provide, and we'll have to work on it a little more. Councilor Hazelton.
Yeah, so one of the things that we are doing here is we are deferring yet again an approval of the budget. But there may be some things in the budget that are important for us to proceed with. As you know, Councillor Jarvis and I are both board members of the library. And the library is a required funding element within our township, as it is with all townships. And so our discussions with the library board and the library staff are that approval of the library budget sooner than later is important. And if there is an appetite for us to understand that the numbers that have been provided by the library are mostly legislative increases, or 99% legislative increases, I think it would be reasonable for council to consider and approve the library budget so that it can continue on with some certainty on their financial situation.
Yes, so you would like to see a resolution from this council approving the library portion of the budget without the entire budget being approved?
Yes, and the reason why I'm going down this path is when we had our budget discussion last time, what I was told by staff is that if we approve the budget, we're approving 100% of everything in the budget, and staff don't need to come back to council for any sub approvals or future approvals, and that caused me some concern. And I was comfortable delaying things at that point. But I think that given that we have this significant entity within our funding requirements, as all townships do, I think it is reasonable for us to consider kind of extracting this line item, and maybe there's a couple others, I don't know, but extracting this line item and approving it as an independent step as we move towards final budget approvals.
Clerk White, you had a response.
Yes, your worship. So the library has certainty in their budget regardless if this is correct, Julie, they propose their budget, but we don't necessarily, we're not in control of what that budget is and that approval process per se. It gets lumped into our budget. And then if we passed a portion of it now, there has to be a bylaw budget in order for us to move forward with the budget as a whole. So then are we talking about bringing forward a budget bylaw to piecemeal that budget approval in order for the library to move forward? Like logistically, there's certain steps that need to take place in order for us to approve the budget. And if we're doing it in pieces, I don't know if the end result is really what you think it may be. Is that
Can't hear you.
We continue with quarterly payments to the library in line with their 2022 budget. I would not recommend that a piece of the budget gets approved before the whole, especially when staff is sent back to come back with proposed service level changes.
So if I could, just on that topic then, if we're funding the library at the 2022 numbers, which are substantially different than the 2023 numbers, we're going to find that the library is going to be having to slash and trash either staff or services because of the government legislated requirements to do the salary load leveling, or whatever the right terminology is. And so I think we are jeopardizing the library's operations by funding it at 2022 levels. And I would be comfortable not approving this budget line item if we were able to fund it at 2023 budget levels, which is what the library has provided us.
So, but are you suggesting that you don't think that when staff does their review of all their costs and department costs, that the library would not also be included in that review and they should be looking at a 20% cut? Like, I'm just wondering, are we setting the library aside from the position we want to put all other staff in?
If your worship, if I may, and forgive me if I'm wrong, but I think in our last deliberation on budget, did we not ask the library board to come back to us with cuts? I believe it was requested by Councillor Predko that our two library board members review and I think the term was sharpen their pencil and come back to us with some cuts on the 110,000 that they initially asked for. Was that not the case?
I don't recall. It rings a bell, but I personally don't recall the specifics of that.
I made the comment, but I don't think it was ever put into a resolution.
Yeah, I don't recall that being done.
But having said that, I mean, I'm concerned that if we make an exception for the library, that then we're not being fair to everybody else.
So fairness is good. My concern is just like what we heard from our fire chief, that there are legislated increases in costs for the fire department. There are essentially legislated increases in cost, pay equity issues, etc., which make up the huge majority of the cost increases or budget request increases from the library. And if we can't soon move to the new funding model, then we're going to start seeing likely staff cuts to reflect the lack of funding because of this pay equity issue. And so
Okay, but you're saying the same thing you've already said. My concern, I mean, and if council wants to make a resolution or propose a resolution, that's fine, but my concern is that we're not being equitable to everybody who, in the sense that if council wants staff to look at a 20% cut, surely that includes all staff and all groups that we fund. And you know, staff has to come back because they may want 40% here and 0% there. I don't know. But I do think that, you know, council, we got to be, let's think about this for a moment. We've proposed a resolution where we're asking staff to look at a 20% cut. And now Councillor Hazelton suggesting, well, but we'll exclude the library from that. And then Councillor X or Councillor Y will say, well, we can't include the fire department, and somebody else say we can't include this. And then where are we at? Like either we decide that we want to cut back on our budget that may include the library, or not. But I'm very nervous about making an exception. And I'm a great fan of the library. Don't get me wrong. But I'm concerned about making an exception for one group, and worried that okay, then maybe somebody else here is going to suggest another group or something. Like I'm worried about the slippery slope. Councillor Cooper.
I'm not going to make a suggestion for another area because I think we do need to look at the whole picture. I'm sorry about the library situation, but there are other situations we have to overcome too. So I suggest we need to look at it. We need to get back at this consideration as soon as we can. So that's what we really need to focus on. And I don't want to see one piece pulled out. So I support your thoughts, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, get my bit in here on the library. And I'm going to just go direct this right at Julie. Julie, library is still getting funding from the municipality through on a quarterly basis based on 22 budget, as you suggested. Library, however, is now legally obligated to compensate its staff based on the 2023 budget. That's the issue I think we're discussing here. I understand the conflict presented by the fact that we've just passed a resolution to look at cutting costs by 20% across the board. I'm thinking to what our emergency services department through Chief Van Dam has just noted about legislated costs as well. Is there a way, Julie, that you can work with these departments, library, and I'm thinking of the emergency as well, to make sure that things do not get behind? My thinking is, if we continue to pay or remit monies to the emergency services and to the library as my two examples, based on 2022, when in fact they are obligated to pay based on 2023, how do we make up the difference in the short term while we're waiting for our staff to come back with proposals on how we can decrease costs across the board? Can you help at all, Julie, on this? I see by your expression you can't.
So the township, for example, because that's what I could speak of, has their annual borrowing bylaw that is usually passed at the beginning of the year to accommodate for that. So usually we like the budget passed before the year starts so we don't bump into these issues. However, if we're doubting that there is going to be the funding, we shouldn't be offering the levels of services that relate to those items. But all I can bring forward.
So then does Tony have the ability of cutting back services then, or is he mandated and legally obligated to provide the services that is being required?
We currently have employees on contract, not just the library, but all our employees have contracts, some of them through the union. So that, you know, at this point, I would suggest that things continue status quo until we as a council decide whether based on whatever reports staff come back to us, whether or not we want to make any cuts. And I mean, it's quite feasible that we won't want to make any cuts, or might be feasible we choose to make a cut in one area and not the others. I don't know. And so to me, I think we want status quo to continue. And if I were a betting man, I don't think we're going to cut the budget by 20% next, based on what's going to be put in front of us. I'd be shocked. But you know, if that's the direction of council, then it could be down the road that the library will have to cut back on their services as well. That's not what I want to see, but if that's the direction council wants to go, that would have to be one of the consequences. Clerk Way.
Thank you, Your Worship. This situation isn't unique to Georgian Bay. It's not unique to the library. It's not unique to our fire services. Anytime a budget is not passed before the start of the year, this is the predicament that staff are in, that the library is in. Wages automatically go up January 1st, depending on the contracts, right? Some are legislated, some are, you know, built into union agreements. And we have to pay those. Legal files continue to move forward, and there's costs that are automatically incurred there. There are projects that we need to move forward as staff, or would like to move forward, that we can't. We can't issue RFPs potentially right now because we're waiting on hold. Even if that project is something that would save us money in the long run, we are all stuck in a holding pattern at this point in time. To piecemeal the budget out, I'm sympathetic to the library. I understand the situation they're in, but they're not in any different situation than the rest of staff are in right now. And having to pick and choose what we're doing, what we can plan for in the future. Every month this gets delayed, it pushes back all of our projects as well. So all that does is create greater workload later on in the year potentially, or projects not getting done because we've run out of time in the year. So I appreciate the standpoint you're in, but I respectfully request council to deal with the budget all at once and allow staff to come back. As you've been debating, we've already been discussing how that's feasible and when we can bring this back to council. So your wishes are not lost. We are definitely hearing you, but please allow us to continue as a whole.
All right. We had a resolution that I don't think we voted on. If you can bring it up on screen, or I don't believe we took a vote on it, did we? Because
No, we didn't vote on it.
Okay.
You read it.
So let's try it one more time. I have moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Whereas council has received the information in relation to budget draft number 3, be it therefore resolved that council requests an analysis for major cost increases by object from 2018 through 2023, and the council requests the CEO to propose a 20% reduction in cost for each functional area, and the council requests an analysis on downloading inflation or items beyond our control. All those in favor? And that is carried. So we've had quite a thorough 2-hour-long discussion on budget. I'm going to suggest a 10-minute break, and then we get back at 11:20. Sorry, we're going to go and close before we take our break. Glad the clerk's paying attention. I have moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Predko, where Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended, provides authority for councils of municipalities to close a meeting or parts of a meeting to the public if the subject matter pertains to a matter identified in Section 239(2). Do we always have to read all this stuff? You should have a briefer one. Just say, council want to go and close. It should be easy.
Legislation says.
Yeah, I know, legislation. See, it's one of those downloaded costs. Whereas the council of the township of Georgian Bay deems it necessary to close this portion of the meeting in order to address matters under the following sections of 239(2), legal files listing, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipal or local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Now be it resolved that council of the township of Georgian Bay moves into a closed session of council at 11:09 a.m. All those in favor? And that is carried, and I'm going to suggest that we actually convene the closed session at 11:20. So a 10-minute bio break.
It's a different link too, right?
Correct, link 2, please.
Thank you. I love it when I get promoted as a panelist.
Just,
Feels like I'm moving up in the world.
just
I
think,
think it
get
should be
promoted on a
GM.
regular basis.
Christian, will you be attending the SSEA meeting this afternoon?
I would if a link was sent to me. This was originally scheduled for the 31st, and then they moved it back to the 30th. I advised that we had a conflict with the budget council that we had today, as well as our closed, and then nothing was ever sent thereafter. So if you are reaching out to her, if you can have her send me the link as well, I'll jump on for the
Okay.
inaugural meeting.
Yeah, I will. I have a link. I haven't been on it yet, but I will send you that link first off, and then
Okay.
get
Are
in
you
touch with
jumping
you.
on immediately after, Brian?
I'm going to try to. I think they're coming back from lunch now. It's 1 o'clock, so the training is over, and now it's going to be the board meeting.
Okay, great.
I'm going to do my best to jump on.
Send me the link if you can, please. Thank you.
Counselor, we're still streaming, just so you're aware.
We have quorum, do we not?
Okay, as soon as the paperwork's in front of me, I start reading. Moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that Council of the Township of Georgian Bay rise from closed session at 1:03 p.m. All those in favor? All those in favor of me having a pen that works? Okay, and that was carried because I saw lots of hands. Next,
Who moved that second resolution?
sorry?
Who moved that second resolution about you having a pen that works?
Oh, okay, yes, well, I think this one's not working again. Moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that the council adopts bylaw 2023-012 to confirm the proceedings of the January 30th, 2023 council meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried. Moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved, the council does now adjourn at 1:04 p.m. until February 13th, 2023 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor?